Check, check. There we are. Check, check. There we are. Hmm. Don't think this copy of Smash is gonna be salvageable. some of these. I'm not even gonna call them scratches. I'm gonna call them gouges. They're not even getting a dent made out of them. Not even a dent. Take pictures too from all the stuff from yesterday. Just can't get caught up. Do. So anybody coming in watching, just bear with me. I am in the back getting some stuff out to pull up front here. Try to keep up with chat as much as I can, but when I'm back here, I can only do so much. But I promise you I will eventually get to you. So if anybody's keeping up with our Mario Kart event, we've got 8 total competitors right now, so we still need 4 more to fill out the initial bracket. But the time trials are going on for 3 weeks. So still plenty of time. Top 12 are the ones get invited to the finals tournament. And then of course I apologize for the having to listen to that theme song over and over and over again. But if you ever feel like you're starting to go crazy of it, just remember, you are watching voluntarily. I have to be here. Hello. I don't know.
We're wondering if y'all wanted to make a small donation or do a sponsorship with us.
Take no offense to it, because I know you guys had absolutely nothing to do with it. The last time I volunteered to do something like that, I didn't get my end of the bargain.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Plus, right now we're not doing so good, so all extra cash has to go to the store right now, unfortunately.
Oh,
so.
no worries, no worries.
Yeah.
I appreciate the thought.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. You too. And unfortunately, that's the bummer part of owning a small business. Yeah, the last time the high school asked for donations or like help for, fundraisers or whatever, it was supposed to get me an ad in one of the programs for the events, and my ad never showed up, but they sure cashed that check. So unfortunately, getting burned has negative effects. Oh yeah. All right, so the two games that I was working on, I actually already had copies of it out up front. But now I've actually got a copy of Wii Sports Resort that needs need to get a case for it, so because it's a loose copy, I print out our generic in-store cover for it. How are you guys doing? I do, but just know I don't have cash right now. It's only store credit.
That's fine.
Okay.
Over here, hon.
It was more
I
like we were
don't-
cleaning out our bed, his bedroom.
I don't know. Do you take PC games?
I don't. No. Yeah, because 99% of PC gamers don't even have drives for them anymore.
That's what we were just
Yeah,
cleaning
that's
up.
why I'm getting rid
Yeah.
of them. That's the rest of PC.
It's
So-
a movie.
Okay, I got 3 PS2 games for you then.
So
You not take the PS2 either?
no, PS2. Yeah, I've been having debates of whether I wanted to start doing the PC games.
Yeah.
I'm just my fear is they're just going to sit here because there's
You
nobody
can take
for
'em and
them.
Maybe try to sell them, and I don't care if they get that much profit off of them.
I'm literally just trying to empty
Get rid
the
of
closet out.
Well, I don't want the movie.
It just accidentally got in there, I think, because
Yeah.
we were just cleaning.
Let me see what these are going for, and I'll maybe make a decision. Because like I said, I've been debating whether I wanted to start doing it or not.
Yeah,
So
that's up to you.
yeah.
So
Yeah, like you can sit back behind here. You can't.
you gotta stay back in front of the counter. You can't be behind the counter.
You're seeing the game.
Yep, we're having a basically a month-long event with that right now, where we're doing time trials for like 3 weeks, and then the top 12 times of those time trials get invited back for a finals tournament.
Okay. But that's old school.
Oh yeah, that's the original.
It's not like the metal.
I mean,
Getting Mario Kart.
I am a mostly retro store, so.
How new do you go?
I mean, I'll get whatever comes in.
Okay.
I just, like, if a Switch 2 ever comes in here, console, I will never take it. I putting my foot down with the whole digital, you own nothing and like it stuff. Yeah.
You can't resell the games.
Well, you can.
Yeah, as long as two user IDs don't log in with the same code off the cartridge, you're fine.
Right, but you have to have the cartridge in the unit for it to even work.
Yep.
So, but so far, Nintendo has not said that they will not restrict it to a one console use or whatever. So, although it's Nintendo, so I'm gonna hold that to it with a grain of salt.
The reason I say that is I do have a bunch of old they're Xbox Ones, but we don't play them anymore because we're all either on Switch or PC.
Right.
And then on the PC, it's all Steam based.
Right.
Here, Steam or I think good old games. In the 64, I used to have one of these. But yeah, I got the 2 Xbox Ones that haven't been booted in a while, and then I have an old PS2 that hasn't been booted in about 15 years. Probably still works.
The PS2 probably does. The only thing that might be the lasers are like in that time frame where they're starting to go a little bit bad on them, but
yeah.
And unfortunately the Xbox Ones they're on my not buying right now list just because the Series X's are affordable and findable now, and everybody and their brothers just trading in their Xbox Ones because the Series X is basically the same thing.
Yep. And then my old SNES, I'm never giving that up.
Don't blame you.
I traded in an old SNES a long time ago for a PS2 and regretted it ever since.
Right.
Actually, that ended in 64, along with Pokemon Blue, the original cartridge, for a PS2 and a bunch of games. Regretted it ever since. And then I was lucky enough, someone else handed me another SNES, so I got it back.
Right.
I have a bunch of cartridges for it. I just don't give it up. Yeah, a few of the PC games we do need to catch because of that. But the PS2 games were all there. He's checking out the PS2. Oh no, he's checking out the PS2.
I've been trying to go back in the day. That was so fun.
Yeah,
Everyone used to play it.
yeah. Well, we can always do it at all PS2.
Yeah, so Crisis 2 is one of the empty ones. Crisis 2, Command and Conquer, empty.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I,
Yeah, I don't think we had time to go through it. We were trying to grab it.
Yeah. We cleaned out our room and I have a console.
Gotcha.
If that CD's not in that one.
Yeah, because I tried.
Oh, I see a disc. Yep, it's there. And unopened little figure that goes with it too. This little demigod. Never even heard of it before, but
I think it was one of those games I didn't do very well, to be honest. That I got suckered into. You know how on your Steam library you may have 100 games and you want to play like 2 of them?
I don't have quite 100. I've got maybe 20, and I played 2 of them.
Demigod was one of the other 18. The PlayStation 1.
I got PlayStation 1 until my mom got rid of it without my permission.
Oh, I'll be mad at that.
Yeah, she's like, well, so-and-so wanted it. Well, of course they wanted it. That and But they, what PlayStation version is that one?
Which one?
That one. Is that PlayStation?
That's PS3.
I don't think I have that. I think it's 50.
I had it very briefly.
I did 1 and 2. PlayStation
Yeah.
1 and 2.
I had the PS3 very briefly, and then I traded it for a 360 so I could play it all online. Because at the time, 360 had the better online route.
The PS3 was not
Then we have 360 Max.
console, but not the old game console.
Did you see on the Facebook Marketplace there is a old copy of Donkey Kong that's for like $5 grand? Yeah.
Usually, if they're going for that much, they're basically insider trading. Because chances are it was graded, and the grading like the people who grade also are the same management of Heritage Auction House, and they're the ones that have really ruined the market for everything right now.
Gotcha.
So basically they self-bid, overinflate prices, and get random Joe Blows to do the same thing so that way they can make money. But as long as the names for the two companies aren't the same ones,
Yeah. Back in testing, I don't even remember if that was a game I had. I think the game that I did have was, I had the Super Mario that, I think Super Mario World, the one where you had the first one with Yoshi. I had that one. I had Donkey Kong 2, Donkey Kong 1. Later in college, I got a copy of, get this, Final Fantasy 3. Or what was labeled as Final Fantasy 3.
Final Fantasy 6.
Yeah, technically 6. I had a copy of that. I think I still do have a copy of it. And then I think I have a copy of Link to the Past. And that one I think I still have too.
All right. I'd be able to offer you like $41 for the PC games. Like I said, I've been thinking about doing it, and I mean they're here in front of me, so it's kind of like putting it right into me.
If you don't want to, I understand, because those.
I have a couple buddies that are actually building XP machines right now too, so I know there is
that was a thing.
there is a market for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know if Azle, Texas is that market, to be honest
Well, you
with
are
you.
right next to DFW.
People from here do not go into there, and then people from there do not come out here.
Interesting.
Yep. So we're finding out the hard way because we're in the last year of the lease and we might be moving closer to that way because of that.
I don't blame you, to be honest.
Yeah, you probably have bitters out there.
Yes.
Probably a hard time.
I mean, it was good here for about 2 years. And then this last half year is just like, okay, the Azle population came and got what they needed and they're not coming back, unfortunately. So,
You know. Yeah,
So-
I'll take it. If you want to give me in-store credit, I'll
Yep.
take that too.
okay.
You can get them a little squishy. Alright, squish.
Well, I don't know if it's on that,
So I got like all the plush up in the front there. Yeah.
You want a plushie? Finally? Let's go for plushie. Come on.
I mean, usually that's the first thing the kids notice when they walk in the door.
Well, this is the first time being in a specialized shop like this. So, I used to be in specialized shops like this all the time back when I played PS2.
Right.
Because when I was doing PS2, I bought a lot of games stuff in. Now I'm kind of leery with the Switch too, with the way they're locking machines out.
Well, that's part of the reason why I will never have one of those units in here.
You know.
And it's not even the fact. I don't think they've ever done it even on the Switch, even though the terms of service is the same on that.
And-
But you can at least use it offline.
right.
The Switch 2, you have to be online in order to even play the game to start, even if you're playing single player.
Yeah.
What was your first name?
Aaron.
Aaron?
Hey.
And on account.
Remembers Majora's Mask that needed the expansion pack?
Yes, sir. I've got it complete in box up there. And it is not cheap.
Another thing I regret taking a long time ago.
And of course, it's the special edition holographic one, too, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You want ham? How much is he? $16. You said how much we had?
40.
40. So $10.26. What is that?
Oh, that's DS. Oh, you do DS stuff.
He's gonna do.
Yeah, so we're in the process of separating basically the shovelware games. So all $10 and under DS, 3DS games are on this rack, except for the ones that are laying out because I ran out of the plastic little shells for them.
Pokemon X?
Maybe I should ask.
It's pretty sensitive. He just got a little too close. That was as tight as that bubble would go, and unfortunately, it's still
Okay.
a lot of the store
Let's see what
floor.
you got. You can't have all of them.
I said you could have a couple. No, you want that one.
You want this one?
I said this one and this one. Do you want Mario or do you want Yoshi? Or do you want Which
Okay,
one do you
I'll
want?
pick two. I will let you have two, okay? Which two do you want?
Those two?
Those? You want the Piranha playing in Mario? You don't want the Bomb Mom?
Piranha.
Bomb Mom. better.
Yeah, it might have been the only one that was up there, so any
Yeah.
empty hook.
You're gonna set that in my thing. I stole something. Are you sure those are the two you want? Okay. It's $20. And he is 18.
18, yeah.
38. Sorry, I'm looking at my stuff. No, I'm going shopping.
I'm getting your fingers.
Pokemon X, what gen was that? Was that Gen 6?
Number-wise, I couldn't tell you. I was never been a Pokemon guy, so I'll get them. Don't worry, bud.
If you got anything to switch on.
Oh, right over here. All my Switch stuff is right here. So these ones are still factory sealed, and all this is obviously used.
Is it this in this room?
Yep.
So is that what you're looking for?
Yep, we got 2 Switch ones and a Switch 2.
Here you go. You can hold that one now, and you won't beep anymore either.
You got my fingers. I need to get them like this.
And here's Mario.
Yeah.
We could get a second copy of Pokemon Violet. I have Pokemon Scarlet. We could get Pokemon Violet. That way we can do the trading.
Well, I mean, something for Ollie.
And then he has some loose cartridges. He has Metroid. That's decent. Ollie's staying here. Breath of the Wild. They have Animal Crossing.
What is okay, people are your sister's into that? What is it? I don't even know.
Animal Crossing? I've never got it.
It's one of those gathering, grind. You know, you got to grind a lot, a farming task, a fishing task, or whatever to
that's
progress into the next type of thing.
I feel like I get bored of that, but I feel like everyone does it.
It's very popular with, we'll say, late teenagers and girls.
I was gonna say, I think your sister likes it.
Yeah. Yeah, my sister, who's probably closing into her 50s, if not 50 by now, she still plays Nintendo.
I mean, why not?
So, yeah, that's the Mario Kart wheel, but I think that's for the original. That's Switch 1.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
won't be for Switch 2.
Nope.
But I'm debating between Metroid Dread and the other popular Pokemon so we can do the trading. Because that's the thing with Pokemon is they make you get both versions to do the trading.
Right. Well, even the originals,
Did
it was
that.
kind of the same. I mean,
Yeah,
you didn't
red and
have
blue.
to have them, but
Do you think you would like
Yeah.
Pokemon to play with?
I think so.
Okay.
No, I have a couple Pokemon games at home. Started in here. More simple.
You should play it.
I thought one of the more.
Well, I could also get Metroid Dread too. That would be more for me though.
I think it's very you, not
Yeah, I know.
I mean, Dread is the second greatest Metroid ever made, behind Super Metroid. My opinion.
He might actually, because I don't think it's that bad for a kid.
It's not bad for a kid, but it will probably be a little too advanced just for like the puzzles and
I was gonna
some of
say-
the
Yeah.
things you have to do.
Because he's still trying to figure out what console. Like, I think Mario is good because Mario Kart is good because he can do that. But like, for some reason he can't jump and then like walk at the same time.
Well,
Metroid Dread will definitely be problematic then.
yeah, because that's a high skill game, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Especially the more advanced and the faster you get at it, like you actually they're frame perfect like jumps that you have to do. And
I think I have the remake Diamond at home. Halfway tempted. I'm debating between Shiny Pearl or Violet for him. You know what? Tell you what, I'm gonna buy Violet off of you,
Violet.
and
Okay.
then I'm gonna get Metroid Dread.
Okay. Yeah, the guy that traded this in said he didn't like it, so
Really?
I pretended to kick him out, and then like every time he comes in now, like I give him a hard time about it. But the cool part is he when he traded that in, I ended up firing it up again, and I've been playing it every night since.
I've heard it was good. I've never
It's-
played Metroid, but
You never played a Metroid at all?
nope. I've heard it was good.
It's it you know the premise of them. Basically, you kind of get locked into a certain part until you find a power up or whatever to advance to the next part, and then there's going to be a lot of back and forth in the parts of the map you've already gone through. But
And in that way, also, I got the ability to do trades. Because, you know, some stuff you just can't get hold of unless you do the trades.
right,
Got his 2 questions.
yes, I got them plugged in already. Yes, I'm going to throw Dread in here so that way it's
Alright.
harder for you to
I
lose.
ended up getting him Pokemon Violet. And then I got me Metroid Dread. If that's okay with you. Okay.
All right, so assume you want to use all of this first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so 103.70 remaining. Alrighty, and there you are.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
We're all good, girl. Polly, say thank you.
Thank you.
Can you say thank you?
Don't let piranha paint eat your fingers. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Hey Pike, thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate it. So as you can see, I'm actually running a lifetime store, so might not see chat right away all the time, but I will eventually get to you. We already got a copy of that. It's out there. And then it's also another thing too, is like I don't like talking to chat out of the blue. If I wasn't already talking to chat when customers come in, it's just one of those things like you just start talking out of nowhere, and then kind of some people understand it because, you know, streaming's not new anymore, but the ones that aren't accustomed to it just, okay, this dude's crazy, he's just talking to himself now. Ah. Now I got to figure out what I'm going to do with the PC games that come in here. What's going on, Mr. Scope? Of course it's a sweet shirt. How's it going? Now I can talk freely again. Yeah, so I've got because I'm such a big Killer Clowns fan. My wife got me the special edition on PS5 for Christmas, and I told her straight up, I was like, I'm not ever gonna open it and play it because, like I said, those games just don't do it for me. But it's on my Killer Clowns memorabilia shelf. And then, so if you hear me randomly talking to people, but you don't see the chat that it belongs to, I am multi-streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Today's the first day on Kick. I totally forgot that even existed until another buddy of mine was streaming on it yesterday in Discord, and I saw it. Then I basically set up the page and got her going here today. All right, so there's that. Now I got to put in a blue piece of paper. I'll throw some regular white paper in there too, because we're about out. "40 minutes into the day and I'm already tired of the jingle." Yeah, having all these streaming platforms on this little notebook I have back here, it's really bogging it down. But it's also the only way I can see the different chats that would pop up. Yeah, come on. All right, so I think I'm going to kill everything except for Kick back here. When I come back after I get this, I'll open up Twitch chat on my tablet and YouTube as well. Like, this thing's running so slow. Like, it's not even pulling up an image right now. It's just not made for that, I guess. You didn't print. How does my printer need attention? Did I not close the door all the way? No, it says it's ready. Technology, man, I swear. As long as stuff like this keeps happening, I will not be worried at all. About sentient robotic life forms taking over. Mm. Now I can hear it. Robots are gonna take over the Earth. Well, it's definitely not gonna be this printer. It's not gonna be this printer, and it's not gonna be my Roomba vacuum. Because if that's what they have leading the charge, I'm not scared at all. They're about the two dumbest robotic things I've ever seen. That and my dumbass smart TV back there. It's the dumbest smart TV I've ever had. Should be about right. Wee bit short. All right. Yeah, so for our loose games that are too expensive to go in the dump tables that you can see, right over here, kind of like a Wii Sports Resort, started creating these little templates so that way they can fit in our cases nicely. A little bit of pain in the rear end, but end result makes it worth it for sure. Of course, if I actually had a laptop that didn't freeze at the first bit of like streaming website, also as my main printing workhorse, might not be as bad. Yep, so this sports resort will not last very long as soon as somebody sees it in here. Alright, so now I've actually got to take some photos of some trays that came in yesterday and post them to the socials. I'll just leave that there because I'm going to bring them all up here anyway. Let's see. Okay, we definitely had these. Got to clean off the greasy fingerprints from that glass over there too. Wax on, wax off. I'll do the whole all the tops while I'm doing this, I guess. Might as well. Heavy. Don't drop, please. I mean, PS4 is not very heavy, but when you're trying to just basically lift it up with, you know, fingertips and wrist strength only, sure seems heavy. Now, it's not like the old fat model Xbox or PS3s, that's for sure. Them things were tanks. Are tanks. All right. Good enough for what we're doing. And then anything I lift with my left hand, that's the one that's got nerve damage. Anything I lift with that hand feels heavy right now. Ba-da-bum. All right, back to business at hand. All right, got two more proven working SNES systems. They are dirty, so I will be taking them home to give them a bath. Camera, where are you, camera? Here. All right, there's the first photo. Now I'll grab all the games. Yeah, I normally have a nice little system back here where all this stuff goes. But lately I've not been able to keep up processing the trades that have been coming in. I mean, getting inventory, I will never complain about. As long as it's good inventory that's coming in. Please peel off nice and clean. So whoever owned these Game Boy games, they also had the Game Genie. And I guess the Game Genie came with a sheet of stickers intended for use of individual game names. Like this copy of Castlevania 2, somebody used the sticker with the Game Genie codes for that game that came with the Game Genie, but instead of putting them on the back of the cartridge, they put it right over the label. And just like always, 30-plus-year-old sticker adhesive does not want to come off easily. The good news is it's with a little fingernail scraping, it's coming off, but I'm having to work at it as the paper part of the sticker is separating from the adhesive layer of the sticker. But it's not peeling the label too, so that's a good thing. So I'll finish that up there. Bring the rest of these. All right, that was last week. Got all of these. Got all of these. All of these. I think this is, oh, I'll come back and grab, I'm going to include those PC games that just came in too. Let me grab them real quick. Plus, peeling this sticker off sitting down in a chair gives me an excuse to get off my feet for a little bit. Why would you put this on the label of the game? That But then again, shame on Gloob for even providing the option that entices people to put stickers on the actual label of the game. And of course, I'm very hesitant to put any kind of adhesive removal over this because I don't want it to end up getting under the actual label glue. And I don't want to use alcohol because then that would fade the color of the label. It is coming off with a little grindy fingernail, 1 millimeter at a time action. Maybe if I can get enough of this off of the perimeter of the label, maybe I will try to use some Goo Gone. Doing this reminds me of like working on a conveyor belt. Like just being an inspector of like, I mean, just that kind of tedious work that's, you know, it's got to be done, but at the same time, it's just, ugh. There we go, come on. All right. We're almost at a point where I'd feel comfortable. Put some Goo Gone down. I think I'm comfy trying that. Wish me luck. All right, let that soak for a minute and I'll come back, try and peel her. Cool part is it doesn't take long for that Goo Gone to work if it's gonna. So if you see the photos, 3 of these 4 SNES games look pretty nasty, but they did have they did have the little plastic pin protectors on them. So the covers are stained probably to the point where the color's not going to return, but the pins are absolutely fantastic looking. All right, so once I get that Castlevania ready to go, then we are photo ready. It's slowly starting to work. So I'm trying to do it without sogging out the main picture label. Then as I use this scraper to try and work on the old adhesive and paper, trying not to put too much pressure in where it potentially would rip it, the original label. Just performing a little bit of surgery, that's all we're doing. A little bit of surgery without harming the patient. Whew. Definitely hand crampable though. By the way, Pike and Big Red, thank you for following me over on Kick. I apologize, I don't have an alerts set up yet over there. As I was explaining earlier, I just remembered that Kick was even a thing last night when I watched a buddy in my Discord streaming from there, and I was like, oh yeah. So then I dug out my old account and brought it over here to the store as well. And it took me, and I came in about 30 minutes early, and it took me almost that whole time just to get it loaded into OBS where it worked correctly. And unfortunately, I still don't have a way to see the chat all in one. I got to figure out how to have alerts show up on Kick as well. I use Streamlabs chatbot for the Twitch channel, but from what I understand, you can only have like one at a time running on that, one streaming platform at a time. So I'll have to do some research, figure out how I can get them all to show up. Or if anybody out there in the world knows how it can be done, I am all ears. And I think we got it. Looks pretty clean to me. Go wipe the residual off of that real quick and do our posting. And actually, I originally thought on this Pac-Man, the label was tore up, but I think it's the same sticker. But I'm not going to worry about it because Pac-Man's literally like a $5 game, I think, if that even. Dun, dun, dun. All right, edit, crop. DUN, done. All right. All right. There's one. How's it going?
Good.
Good.
Switch collection. Doesn't look like you have Hogwarts.
I don't think I've ever had that for Switch.
Switch.
I don't think so. And I just got these traded in. They haven't been processed yet, but if any of them float your boat, then I can push them through.
Big Switch collection. I heard that the Switch 2
Mhm.
use the old Nintendo Switch Hogwarts. You can upgrade it to the Switch 2 for $10.
Yeah, it's that. I think Series X and PlayStation 5 also did that with some of the old PS4 titles. I know Elden Ring was one of them, and
Yeah.
because I had it for the PS4, and then I was like, okay, I'll upgrade it. That one was free.
With, Horizon.
Yeah, and then I was just sitting there, looked at it, and was just like, what a difference. I mean, obviously it was the same game, but it looked like a totally different game at the same
Yeah.
time.
That's why I was just trying to look to see if you had the Hogwarts. So I was like, okay, I can use that. Do $10.
Right.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I know it's come in a couple of times on PS4 and PS5, but I don't remember it coming
I
in
don't
on
think
Switch
most
yet.
people bought it for Switch.
Probably not, yeah. Probably because it's Switch 1 was basically a early edition PS4 processing power.
But it looked a lot less than that.
Right.
Because they had to dumb it down. A little
Yeah,
bit more
exactly,
to
yeah.
Run on Switch.
Yep. Wouldn't surprise me.
I know Mikey told me about this place. I was like, isn't that where kind of Radio Shack is?
Yeah. And the people that are like had just moved here or never paid attention didn't even realize that the Radio Shack sign was still up as of I think last spring as one of those thunderstorms
wow.
blew it down. Yeah.
So I remember the Radio Shack. I think I only went to it once. That was when it was here.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I miss it because especially like if I get some old consoles that need capacitor replacements,
Oh, yeah.
I have to order entire kits instead of the one capacitor that I need. It's
And there's no Fry's Electronics.
nope.
There's
You got that one mega store down in Dallas that's
Yeah,
still going,
Micro
but
Center.
Micro Center, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they do the individual
Yeah.
caps and
they
resistors
do
and stuff
our,
like that.
Arduinos, they do Raspberry Pis, they
Right.
have all computer components, computer accessories, and everything.
But just not down to the micro scale like
they're
that. Yeah.
dang it, we need fries back.
Right.
I know you guys buy games and stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Even
Yeah.
with like the old Sega Genesis.
I mean, we're mostly retro.
What's the retro?
Yep. And today is the first time that I decided I'm going to give it a shot, even some of the old PC games.
Oh, there you go.
Because I know a lot of the there's a nostalgia for like the old XP machines, and the people will land them together again and stuff like that and play. So, and the
I
best
also have an XP laptop.
I've got a Windows 7 laptop that I use, and the key is like a lot of the games you have to keep the PC offline, or else those companies will automatically upgrade you to the new version. So yeah, and that's why like the LAN parties with these machines are
Yeah,
kind of coming back again. Yeah. So we'll see how they do. Might not last very long, but
Great game. World.
my favorite Mario game of all time,
What's that one?
Mario World. Yeah.
Yep.
I know a lot of people it's either Mario 3 or Mario World, but
I didn't really go into that much. Mario Party 6 and 7.
so the GameCube, the popular games are definitely they're valuable just because they didn't really make very many of
No,
them
they didn't.
because it wasn't even a popular system originally.
Yep.
And then they made those little mini discs, and they were so fragile.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only disc I've actually seen where the plastic layers come apart like a sandwich.
Original, like,
I got all the Mario parties for the GameCube.
Nice.
I have the Double Dash. I have Wind Waker. I have 2 copies of those. I have the demo disc, which you also have back there. It's the
Right.
silver one.
Yep.
Then I also have the demo disc of Metroid Prime Echoes too. It came with the game.
Right. Yep. Hey, they're they're
They don't make
stupid
very much,
priced.
but it's just-
Yep.
I
And then
wasn't too much into Wii U. I just bought the. Yep, you have it. Breath of the Wild. I also have Wind Waker.
yeah, Wii U was
Too much into Wii U. I just got more of like the games that I wanted.
right. Yeah, Wii U was a very underappreciated system for what it was,
Yes.
because it wasn't liked originally when it came out, but then when they introduced the Switch, then it kind of people like, oh,
why.
yeah. So I call the Wii U basically the Switch beta.
Basically, it's just you're connecting to the Wii.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I actually like using that big pad because I got larger hands,
Yes.
so the buttons like that. I don't feel like I'm having to scrunch in to use them, and
That plus it was a TV remote too.
that too. Yeah.
It's like Nintendo came up with something great, but then people were like, "No, that's garbage." Then when you soft mod it, it's like, well, now it's a big handheld emulator that you can take anywhere.
That's
You
it.
just gotta have the console nearby.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I'm not very fond of Nintendo's practices here in the last decade or so.
yeah, the Switch
But-
with the big Switch.
I will give them credit where credit is due. They are not afraid to just invent something and just try it and see if it works or not.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I give them props for that kind of stuff, at least.
Well, heard that you can also control the ducks on your player 2.
Yes, you can.
We didn't know about that.
I remember, I forgot about it for the longest time, but like once I relearned it, I remember as a kid we would always do that just to screw our friends and cousins up while playing it.
We only played it single player because that's how we were raised. It's like,
Oh, yeah,
hey,
yep.
just take turns shooting the gun. We never knew we could control the ducks. It's
Mhm.
also like the biggest hit, kind of with laying the pad down or taking the shurikens and launching them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never actually played that game.
Great. Same with the sports, playing the golf, lay the pad down. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, my oldest had the Wii U, and I was one of those people that just didn't understand what it was for the longest time. And so I just never really gave it too much of a break. But then when we got the one that I used for my in-store tester or stay and play, it had already downloaded on it the Mario 3D World.
Yep.
And I'm not really the 3D game kind of person, so like when N64 came out, that's kind of when I started falling off. But that one is like a nice perfect blend of 3D, but it's still a platform style.
Yep.
So like when I fire it up, I generally play it for about an hour or two when it's over there.
Can't go wrong with Super Mario 64 though.
I'm
It's the outro.
the Zelda one on the NES is my overall all-time favorite game just because of how much you can do it. When they went to the 3D aspect games, I was done. I can't do them. I even tried giving Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, it's very.
I understand why people like it, but I got bored before I even got off the plateau. Those 3D games just aren't for me.
So you didn't like Twilight Princess?
Nope. Well, Twilight Princess has a whole different category. I never played the GameCube version.
Oh, okay.
I started with the Wii version,
Oh.
and that stupid monkey that stole the flower basket or
Yeah, and you
whatever.
have to like take your controllers to
Yeah.
roll to.
So that game alone made me never want to play that game again.
You go to the GameCube.
And I also
GameCube version to play it.
and I also wrote off the Wii. Like the only thing I'll do on the Wii is like bowling with the little one or something like that.
There
Yeah, that's it. Did you?
So all I had to do is basically, I forgot what program I used, is basically downloading the Wii games and then burning them as discs to ISO. So I had like
Right.
4 to 5 games on a disc. So I just put in the disc, and now they have the new update where you just take a hard drive,
Yep.
plug it in, and read it off the hard drive.
Yep.
And it's like, that makes it easier instead
Yeah,
of
it's
burning discs.
and like I even had a gentleman yesterday brought in a Wii. He bought one of the last ones I had. His laser basically quit working because I mean they're 25 years old
Yep.
now. So
Soft money.
right, and I told him I was like, even if you don't want to do the work, throw it on eBay for parts as is, and just say doesn't read games but still software, everything still boots up. Somebody will buy it for 25, 30 bucks, and they're gonna soft mod it and put the entire library on there. So.
I know about this place because of Mikey for the water plant.
Okay, yeah.
Bought a Nintendo 64.
Right.
It's like, hey, this place up the street, go check it out.
Yeah, 64 and Wii are my best-selling consoles, and I have a theory. It's because the kids that grew up with that one are now functioning adults and have money to kind of go back and relive it again. So
I think now you can also soft mod the Nintendo 64 now. I mean, not soft mod, but hard mod the Nintendo 64.
I mean, they have all kind of hard mods, like for sound systems, HD conversions and stuff, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Unless they come in already modded, I don't do any of that kind of stuff.
So do you also buy soft modded PSPs?
Again, I would, but I don't give them any extra value because of the mod work and stuff like that. I just treat them as if they were the standard.
Yeah, I was gonna say my little back thing doesn't read the disc or nothing. Like I got it from my neighbor. He goes, "It doesn't read any disc or anything." I was like, "Okay, well I'll just download my game library that already had, bought games." So I just logged into mine and played it that way.
Right.
Until this year, I was like, "I didn't know you could soft mod." So I soft modded it. Now I have a big library of games on it.
Yep. Yeah, for something like that, I probably wouldn't do because I want to make sure like every original aspect still works on it. But yeah, if it was already modded, but the disk drive did still work on it, then I would. But yeah, and it's one of those things too. Is like I'm already so far behind in doing repairs. Like I don't do repairs except for stuff that comes in.
Yeah.
And now I'm at the point where I test everything to make sure it works because I'm so far back with what I'm trying to get done.
All right. You also buy Game Boy games and
Sure.
SP in advance.
Yeah, the Nintendo handhelds, I need every one of them.
They need everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
How much would you go for a Game Boy Color?
I sell them for right around 80 to 90 bucks, depending on the style and color.
It's green.
The lime green one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it because I do everything by whatever the current market is. But then you're,
Game Boy Advance SP.
yeah, same thing. Because then they have the lit screen, then they have the backlit screens and stuff like that. So it just depends on whatever they're going for. And then for, like I said, right now I've only got store credit because I ran out of cash with all the trades that came in earlier this week. So I being a small business, I have to kind of
You got
chop it and yeah.
Like cash, we're gonna do less, but store credit you can get a little bit more.
And then so store credit I generally give 50 to 60%. The more elbow work I have to put into it, the less I generally offer.
Oh.
Just something like that. And then cash I usually do about 40% to 50% of the value. So
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks for letting me look.
absolutely, yeah. Thanks for coming in and checking us out.
And then that the Game Genie also got sued a long time ago.
Yep, that's why we have Game Shark and what's the other one? Action Replay.
Yep.
Because technically, Galoob, who was inventor of the Game Genie, won the lawsuit against Nintendo, But Nintendo held it up in court for so long that it bankrupted the company.
I remember having a Game Genie for the the Super Nintendo.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the second one for the Game Boy I've had in. And it's not going to last long, that's for sure. It is not going to last long.
Sir.
Yes, sir, you too. How are you guys? Well, it is Texas summer,
Yeah.
but I will throw in that caveat. We don't live in Houston, but it's Houston humidity out there. That's what's throwing everybody off right now. And I lived in Florida for about 12 years. I don't know how I did it. Because I open that door right now and I just want to die. Getting old does a lot for it too.
On the PS3 console for $50.
Nice.
I said, why not? 'Cause I didn't own one. So I was here. I was like, hey, let's make one more stop. I want games to play on this thing.
There you go. Is it the backwards compatible one?
Unfortunately. It's the second generation though, so
Okay.
I'll take it. That one's better when it comes to reliability from what I've seen.
And then don't forget, all versions of the PS3 will play PS1 games.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is-
Hello. Yeah, a lot of people didn't even, like, I thought that was just like, everybody knew that, and like so many people, when I start talking about PS3, like they had no clue.
My original Xbox right now.
What's it doing? So you do know you can put any DVD drive in there, right? Here's the catch though. Unless it is the Microsoft Xbox IDE formatted drive, you can only play burned copies. It will not play original Xbox discs. But you could theoretically find a way to get those games and burn them to a disc. And then the Xbox original is also, as long as the hard drive works, it is a very easy moddable
Yeah.
one. And then you would never even have to worry about it at all.
That'd be fun.
At all.
Box about PS3 game of long.
8:03. Make sure you share that piece of propaganda with everybody. Take it easy, man. Alrighty. All right, so I can see Twitch chat from back there now. And when I get back there, I'll set up my iPhone to YouTube so I can see that chat potentially. If anybody wants to talk. So as I'm processing this stuff, you can still do it. I am going to have to mute the microphone real quick. I do got to schedule an appointment. I totally forgot about. I'll be right back. Of course, I'm sitting on hold now. I love when they send you a text that's like, we are ready now to schedule your appointment. Then you go call them back and they're not ready to do it. I'm gonna guarantee they get on the phone here real quick because I'm gonna mute the microphone anyway. But while I'm on hold, I'm gonna use the restroom. So of course I'm gonna go use the restroom. That's guaranteed they're gonna come on. But I'll be right back. Never mind. I thought for sure that would have been the catalyst to make it happen. Yeah, you're not second place anymore there, homie.
Second.
And you know what else? Metroid Dread sold already.
Just a couple random little games. This is so much easier than I remember it being.
Do you still want to give it?
Yeah.
Okay. And I am back to store credit only. I mean, you're always okay with that, but just gotta let you know.
Shoot a new card.
You know, those things cost me money, right?
How much?
I have to order like a big box of them. I forget what it was, but. But the good news is you're still in the tournament. Yeah, I wanted to check especially the Infinite Warfare. Make sure I didn't have too many of them, but somehow I've only got one of them right now. Boom. Actually, the Mortal Kombat I can't take. I just looked. Well, the bottom of it's actually okay, but what noticed is the paint missing. And you got light going through the disc. Fortunately, the lasers can't read the data if that happens. It is. Makes a good coaster, though. Yeah, I unfortunately learned that the hard way with a $100 loose disc. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. All right, 40 bucks. Paperwork. Hate the paperwork part. Probably 225, 230-ish. Yeah, he was telling me he was talking to your brother about it.
My brother was talking about it.
Yeah. Yep, it got to me anyway. Sorry. Yeah, and he, like, even after he left here, he went to go pick up another purchase. And the lady, he texted me, he goes, yeah, this lady's got a backwards compatible PS3. He's like, I was like, well, I ran out of cash. I don't know what I can do for you. He's like, just give me $100 for it. I was like, well, if you can make sure it works, like it reads all versions of PS2 discs and PS1, then I'll see what I can do. He texted me back about an hour later. He was like, yeah, this drive shot. Wah, wah. I was like, throw it on eBay anyway, because somebody will buy it and just basically mod it. I mean,
Like after July 13th, how's that work?
so the next Saturday, the 19th, in-store versus tournament. So each top 4 teams get a first round bye, so they don't even have to play in the standard cup or whatever it's called. And then each matchup will have a set time starting at noon. And then we're probably gonna do 20-minute blocks, because it shouldn't take more than 15 minutes per match or whatever. The versus mode goes, you do the entire circuit. It doesn't matter where you finish within this, you can let the CPU beat you every single time. Your only goal is to score more points in that circuit than your opponent. Issue. There's your reminder. Yeah, I got one dude who lives in Pennsylvania. He orders from me time to time. Over time, I was saving him a bunch of discs of different consoles that didn't work. And what he's going to do is going to lay them all down on the top of a coffee table and then resin over it, and then have them basically as the visual.
All your controllers for you selling, right?
Most.
You know, does that any grip issues?
I basically just plug in real quick. As long as it's not going across the menu and stuff like that, I just call them good. I didn't even know the Pro controllers had an issue with that though.
Some of them get grip.
I know the Joy-Cons are notorious for it
Yeah.
over time, but yeah, I've never actually even. I've personally never seen that issue with the Pro style. Hi.
Like,
Oh no, I'm just gonna keep my spot because it's down the top low.
oh.
Yes, here's your.
Say, have a seat on the couch. Just be cautious because it is comfortable and very hard to get out of.
I had a bone marrow biopsy done
Ah,
just like a couple hours ago, and I just can't feel it. No, it's just,
and there's one of those catch-22s. After that, you're supposed to keep moving too to
Right.
keep it from tightening up. Yeah.
It's yeah, sick. Thunder.
All right, 38.16. So you will still have some tax coverage left over. $1.84 to be exact. Thank you. Feel better.
thank you.
While I'm thinking about it. I text the wife. Alrighty, got that taken care of. Now, let's see if we can't get some stuff out, cleaned up and out. I've also got to put in an order for some accessories to replace all the old school stuff we're swapping out. All right, I've got chats for all three streams open. Still a chance I may miss something if I'm working on something with a point of sale or inventory. Again, I will try to keep up with it. All right, let's do these Switch games real quick. It's all the cartridge games. Go out. Alright, where's my Switch? What? No, that ain't right. That's better. Alright, got the Wii system in there. Do the PS4 later. The new Wii and the PS4 have got to get cleaned. They've already been tested, so I know they work. All right. 2, 3, 4. I don't think I've owned Destroy All Humans before. Not on the Switch, at least. Nope. Okay, that's a new one. So anybody new watching, if you don't see me up in front of the cameras, it's generally I'm in the back here like I am. You may see an arm waving if you're looking. No professional setup here. And a lot of times I end up talking to myself while I'm back here. How's it going? Not
Independently owned or
just me.
just you? Okay. Electricity contracts for businesses and the houses. If I can help you with that, who y'all using now?
Like for the main company?
Yeah, electricity.
Yeah, is it Tri-County? Or no, I'm sorry. I don't even remember the name of the company. It's one of the ones that popped up with a low price point. I did. It's one of those ones where when I remember it when the bill comes.
Oh, okay. Check on that and see when it's going to expire, and because I have several companies that we work with, I can see what they can get you.
Okay. Well, I know I'm.
Games back and all that stuff.
Yes, sir. That's how we get them.
Really?
Yep.
I got some stuff. I got some videos, and you buy those too?
No.
Mainly just.
I thought about doing the whole retro media thing, but I mean, as you can see, the floor space here is pretty
I
tight.
got a couple of games for old TI 99 4A.
Oh wow.
Do you remember that?
I remember it, but
No, sir.
no, nothing like the oldest thing I have is that old Odyssey 2 right there.
Odyssey.
Yep.
It's close.
And just today, I decided to take like the DVD-based PC games, but nothing like that of that style. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe down the road if we get a bigger floor space.
I got you. Okay. Well, I'll keep in touch. I'm Tim.
Eric.
Good to meet you.
Yes, sir. You too.
And I do residential as well, so if I can help you on the house, shout at me.
I'm in Springtown, and we're locked into Tri-County out there. So, yep.
Well, good to meet you. And
Yes, sir. You too.
Give me a shout to see what we can do for you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you.
Take care.
Not to be too terribly rude, but that card's getting thrown away. Just wanted him to clear out and not see me do it. Because again, somebody else, I'm in a good mood today, but somebody else blatantly ignoring the no solicitation sticker that is right next to the door handle up there. I'm in a good mood today. I'll let him go. That way, nobody can say I'm not a nice guy. Alright, Super Mario Maker 2 is definitely in here. Nope, we don't want to cut it. We want to copy it. Monkey Ball Banana Mania. And oh, actually, this is going to be a new one. Transformers Battlegrounds. Oops. New item name dash switch. Add variants. Condition. New CIB loose. Loosey goosey. Boom and boom. Right. Let's go put these up in the case. Sweet. Oh, ow, back, ow. Um, all right, next most needed N64 stuff. But again, we'll have to pull out the unit once I give these a bath and put them in. Down for whatever. Yep, that's it. Especially when it comes to you, big boy. Woo! Actually, the Nature Boy would go through a whole spiel about, you know, letting your mama ride on Space Mountain, keeping her up all night long. Yeah, this copy of Conker's Bad Fur Day, and I don't know what the heck stained the cartridge, but something did. Like some kind, I mean, it almost looks like candle wax, but it's like in the plastic. I do know that that one works. I've already tested. I tested that one when it came in. But if you're looking for a cheaper than premium priced Conkers, that one will be, because of that stain, it will be listed as fair condition as opposed to good. But if you want a really good condition, I do have a really good condition. The only problem with that one is it is complete in box and not cheap at all. Oh, dude. Like up until, certain, type of language was, more common. Like he was the king of those promos, man. Then the Attitude Era came around, and I mean, he's still very good at promos, but the, we'll just say the nature, no pun intended, of the promos definitely got even more raunchy. I'm just grateful. I was a young teenage boy and into my 20s when the Attitude Era was at its best, at its peak. I believe this Banjo-Kazooie was originally mine to begin with. I think that residue of the sticker I just pulled off was my condition stickers. Some Sharpie residue on this. It is not wanting to come off very nicely. And it does not make me happy. That lasted a little while longer. For me, it was probably right around 2004, 2005. When I kind of, got out of, Attitude and started leaning more towards the advertising-friendly PG eras. That's when I bailed on wrestling as a whole, for a while. But, Stone Cold retired. The Rock went off to do movies full time. The roster, for what I was watching, wasn't as good anymore. I don't even think it's a issue with the talent or whatever, but I just think that they were pushing so hard to be advertiser friendly that it just made it alienated an entire generation of us that were, watching it as was before. I don't think they'll ever get as raunchy as they were there in the mid to late 90s again. But I do like the fact that they're not just strictly PG. They're not hand holding everybody and walking them through all the promos and stuff like that anymore. Definitely more watchable now than it was for about a 10 to 15 year stretch for me. Alright, this GoldenEye cart's definitely seen some better days, but looks like should hold up okay enough. Alright, so we are done with Switch. We can save that. When I'm done with these N64 titles, probably gonna have to leave the store for a bit and grab some lunch. I didn't bring anything. Actually, I don't even know if I'm hungry or not. I did have a big protein this morning. Eggs and sausage all scrambled. Gordon Ramsay style. I just have a feeling if I don't eat around my normal lunchtime period, towards the end of the day, I'm going to get mad and grumpy. Banjo Kazooie. Conquers. Conquers Bedford Day. Like I said, this will be a fair condition cartridge. At the price point 22. Red 99. I'm actually surprised on how many of the old Madden games I have sold in this place. It's probably because of the very affordable price point. This one's under $5 for a good condition cartridge. And then if you kind of grew up with them, there's that little bit of nostalgia with them, you know? Conquers. All right, and last, but certainly not least, Pokemon Stadium. I call it a fair condition cart. It's got writing on it. 2 shell halves are different colors. You definitely see where stickers were on there that didn't get the UV damage. It's not horrible by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not what I would call good. So, it'll come at a little bit of a discount. About $6 less than if it was a good condition one. I also got to pull up the original Xbox later and test that Freak 2 Dragon controller. I did finally bring in the little controller port for it. So those are fine. Print out some barcodes. Alright, Stadium. Madden 99. Conquers Red Verde. Banjo Kazooie. And GoldenEye. All but Madden come with me to get displayed. Already got a copy of Madden up there. Oh, and actually I gotta test them first anyway. Doi! Alright. Cross that off. Alright, give me a second. Gotta hook up this N64 right quick. Man, I'm getting old. My back's already starting to lock up, and we ain't even halfway through the day yet. I've been saying I need a new pair of shoes for way too long now without getting an actual new pair of shoes. I think when I actually pull the trigger, we're going full old man and getting some New Balances. Because every review I've heard say that those are the best shoes for being on concrete for long periods of time. Alright. Be away from chat for a second while I pop these in, make sure they fire up. Stadium fires up. It's in the game. Alright, Madden fires up. For mature audiences only. Markers fires up and there's save data on it. Perfect. Banjo fires up with save data. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. And gold 9. All right. All tested and approved. They are free to go to a good home for a price. All right, cool. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. And that's why we're kind of slow. Let me knock out these Super Nintendo carts real quick. And I can test those. You can actually see the results of the testing, because I'm just going to use the console that Mario Kart's running on. Hopefully those ones that came out of storage clean up pretty good. So they were definitely in there for quite a while. And it's just got like, I mean, you can tell it's just like years of that Texas red clay dust that just gets on everything around here just because of the summer winds. Little Comet, pretty clean. Hope the rest of them are that way too. All right, this Turtles in Time was originally mine, and I sold it, and they sold it back to me. The label is a reproduction label, but the cartridge is authentic. It's just whoever originally had this thing obviously shredded the absolute bejesus out of the original label. And then either ordered or printed a replacement to put on there. So like I said, the cart inside the actual PCB is authentic. This almost looks like straight up concrete. Just built up dirt. In one little corner of the game, but it will have been years since these next 3 cartridges have even been remotely this clean. Guaranteed. Saving one game at a time. Bringing it back from the dead. Wouldn't have to worry about it if you just fire at it. See if I can get another layer of that grime off of there. It's definitely better than it was. I think that dirt had just been on there for so long, I think it just kind of stained the plastic. And again, even though they're dirty on the outside, they did have the old plastic pin coverings on them, so the bottom, quarter of the cartridges are fantastic looking, and the pins have zero sign of corrosion whatsoever. So again, if you have your authentic cartridges, make sure you are covering the bottom of them. It may just save them. Yeah, front of this F-Zero cleaned up pretty nicely. Outstanding. Sides may not be so lucky though. Yep. Some of the spots, dirt just sat there for so long, nothing we can do about it. But, compared to what it was, night and day. And the last one I got is a copy of Super Mario World. Again, did have a pin protector on it, but I will be very surprised if the battery is still working on it. Especially because this thing had sat there for some time, guaranteed. Some of these dirt stains are not coming off. That's okay. Yeah, as long as they work, some lucky participant will be able to get it for a cheaper than optimal selling price from me. Save a few bucks. If you're a collector and like those pristine looking carts, this one will not be for you. I promise you that. But if you just want to own the game and play it again, this one will be for you. But again, I may end up having to take this one home to swap a battery. I'm already kind of preparing myself for that to have to happen. Just because of space limitations here, I took all of my soldering equipment, you know, ultrasonic cleaner and stuff like that. I took it all home. I have a workshop out in my garage. So I do have to take stuff like that home. All right. I have to blow that one harder. Rabbit Retro Gaming. Hi. Yep, I have got pretty good selection of them. Is there one you're looking for? They range anywhere from like $4 or $5 to over $100. Oh yeah, I've got plenty of Call of Duty. I know I just sold a Gran Turismo, and I think I had a couple copies of it. So yeah, I mean, there's pretty good variety for stuff like that for sure. Okay. Bye-bye. You got Call of Duty or car games? Got you covered, bud. Oh, don't do this to me. Come on, Mortal Kombat. Naked Eye, you actually look pretty good. Pretty all right. All right, may have to open that one and give the pins a scrubbing. Ninja Turtles. Working great. Like I said, this does have a repro label on it. And we got Pilot Wings, which is one of the storage carts. Working great. F-Zero, another one of the storage carts. Oh, fantastic. Couple saves on there. And then the big one, Super Mario World. She fires up. We'll see if the save files are on there. And good battery. We got save files. So the one Super Nintendo, or one of the two Super Nintendo games that came in not from the storage unit is the only one that doesn't work. But we'll see if we can do a little extra polishing on it. See if we can find the bad pin or something like that. May have to take it home and do some actual deep cleaning of it if just can't get it to work fully here. And then sometimes just the actual programming chips they just go bad over time sometimes. Yeah, a little bit of corrosion on them. I mean, not horrible. Type of corrosion I can definitely polish off at the house. We'll see if we can't get enough of it here. Where's my little dental pick? Here it is. So what I'd like to do first is I'll take the equivalent of basically like a dental pick. You know, dip it in some alcohol and just very lightly try to scrape any of the little corrosion spots on the pins of the PCB board. And a lot of times that's more than enough to kind of get that corrosion out of there that's not letting a true contact happen. And then if this doesn't work, what I'll do is I'll take it home and look under the magnifier and try to clean it up some more. And if there's still some residual corrosion on there, then I'll take some metal polish and use that as an abrasive to lightly kind of get that corrosion out of there. And then as a last ditch effort to save it, if that doesn't work, I have taken a Dremel with a wire brush tool at a low speed and try to get the remainder of the corrosion out using that. I say last ditch resort because if you go too deep on these brass pins, you strip the finish off of them, and then the next time that any kind of moisture or corrosion happens on them, there's really nothing else you can do at that point. We'll try this. If that doesn't work, then it'll be going home with me. Let's cross our fingers. There we go. Make sure we can get into the game. Lord Goro. Nope. All right. Progress. So I'm gonna take that one home. She did freeze up on me a little bit. I will take her home and polish off the rest of those pins. Should be good. Alrighty. Rabid. All right. Kong-SNES. Plus equals divided by 10, 49.90. All right, so those are taken care of. F It's definitely gonna be fair. All right, Mortal Kombat. Oh, I never actually put it in the system. Idiot. $7.25. Now we're at Mortal Kombat. Elite Wings. Actually, every one of these except for Turtles in Time will be back stock, except for Mortal Kombat, but I gotta take that home first, so. And 14. Super Mario, Super Mario. Oh nine. Turtles in Time. So again, because of the fake label, it is going to be a fair condition. But it is a working condition. Authentic board. Ran out of price and gun stickers. Master! Master! F-Zero. Mortal Kombat. Pilot Wings. Super Mario World. Turtles in Time. Mortal Kombat, come home with me. Come with me. We're gonna clean your pins and see if you work or not. Na 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 na. Do this while I'm here and thinking about it. Nah. Sweet. Too many times I have too many problems trying to get those things lined up right. Oh. All right. Eat the bag of chips I brought. Get some fluids. Get off my feet for a second. Ugh. think the holiday yesterday, like literally being on a Thursday, is just kind of like throwing everything off. I mean, Fridays are like hit or miss for me anyway. But like even though I was open or whatever, it just like yesterday had that kind of weekend day feel to it. And then like having to go back to work on a Friday, just I don't know. I don't know. School with me. There's that chip. I have a piece of chip stuck in my back tooth. I can feel it with my tongue, but this finger is the one that's numb from my nerve damage. I'm sitting there trying to scrape it, but I can't feel anything. Can't tell if I got it or not. Old man problems. Oh. Yep. The life of running a video game store in small town Texas. And this is mostly lack of foot traffic is the exact reason why I'm thinking of heading further west, closer to Fort Worth. I mean, for the most part, it's never been like always somebody in the store or anything like that. But it's been getting pretty bad the past 6 months or so. Definitely doesn't make for good streaming entertainment, that's for sure. I guess I'll get some blood flowing in the piggies again and get some more done. Let me get those Game Boy games out, Game Genie. Gotta test them first. The Game Boy games were clean. They were all in those little plastic hard shells. Game Genie was out, but we can check it. A couple Game Boy Advance games in the tub as well. And then after that, it's disc-based games and a whole heaping hootenanny of NES cartridges. And again, I test all the cartridge games. Clean them to the best that I can. It's gonna be a while. That one's gonna take a while. Get up, get after it. Again, any first timers stopping in and watching, especially over on Kick. You may not see me up in the camera view, but I'm getting some stuff done. And I do have all the chats up so I can see. Now, maybe might not be able to get or see the chat right away because maybe I have a different screen up or something like that, but I will eventually. Just bear with me. I'm just checking emails and socials real quick, just make sure not missing any messages or something like that. All right. Nobody's trying to hit me up in them DMs. It's like 3 Game Boy Advance. Yep. Do some alcohol swabbing real quick. Where's my tester SP? There it is. Lego Racers 2. Alright, fire it up. Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Dawn of Souls. Good save files. And then finally, Incredible Hulk. And there are save files on there. All right, cool. Confirmed working. Confirmed good condition. So if you happen to stop by the store, you're walking around and you'll see some games with stickers on them. The cartridge-based games are going to be red, yellow, or blue. And that means good, fair, poor, blue being good, red, poor. But even poor condition cartridges will work. But those are the ones with maybe no label or most of the label gone, crack in the shell, or, you know, just something like that. And then disc-based games, if we've gone through and did the SKU changes on them since when we first opened the store, you will see green or pink, and that indicates manual, missing, or complete in box. Because there are some folk out there that will not buy a disc, DVD, CD based game or whatever if it's not complete. So we do make that a thing. Lego Erasers 2. Alright, so this one will be $8.50. So you will be able to find it on our under $10 rack. Game Boy Advance. There's no system called Lego Razors. Quit looking for it. Oy vey. Speaking of, told that kid that called in I just sold the Gran Turismo. Let me go ahead and replace that. I have a very bad habit of not always replacing backstock when it sells. Matter of fact, I know there's some PS2 stuff from yesterday, but I'd have to go print it out. So maybe after I'm done with these Game Boy games, that'll be the next to do. We've had Incredibles, but not Incredible Hulk. So 2 first-time games in the store. Always good to see. So the Incredible Hulk will be $10.75. You will find that in our case in the front of the store when you first walk in. I was just about to say, phone hasn't been ringing an awful lot today either. Rabbit Retro Gaming. I don't remember if I do or not offhand. Nope, I am sold out. Yep, you're welcome. Bye. Well, that's a bummer. Another sale I can't fulfill because I don't have any. RIP. Alright, Incredible Hulk taken care of. Now, Final Fantasy. Which that one will be in here. So that one will be $24.25. Also found in the front case. Hit me. Can't hang on to it forever, dude. Let it go. All right, some more stuff on the shelf. Okay, maybe not the shelf, but the floor. Some more stuff out on the sales floor. I was hoping to put off moving the under $10 Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, but I may not be able to put it off anymore. Because with like the Game Genie, it's gonna be a pretty big spot in the shelves. I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Gonna process first, then I'll worry about it. But before I do that, I'm gonna mute the microphone and go potty again real quick. Be right back. What were you looking for? Oh, 2 more doors down. It definitely doesn't look like he was in it for video games. Yeah, we got a dentist office that shares up here, tattoo parlor right next door, massage parlor on the other side. And then there's a doctor's office around the curve, along with the Anytime Fitness. Look at the pins of the Game Genie. They've got a little bit of green color to them, which generally means some oxidation. But then again, nothing's coming out on my Q-tip, so maybe we are lucky. And I'm just seeing things. Oh, I see. Got some fuzzies down in there. And I am out of air. Let's see if that's enough to get us to full contact now. No. Love Game Boy audio tracks. I definitely think I would enjoy playing this so much more on the Game Boy player, on a big screen TV. Yeah. Alright, it works. Why did you just cut out? for whatever reason on, oh, we must have had a timeout. Must have had a timeout in the stream, because I was wondering why my iPad like went dark. Yeah, but my internet has been like so bad around here lately. And there's nothing I can do about it either. Because the wiring in this building is so old. They refuse to want to do anything about it. Another reason why I'm kind of antsy to get out of this building. Animaniacs. Yep, every one of these games worked just fine. Just the Game Genie did not want to register. So I will take that home. And I've got Final Fantasy Adventure at the house. So let me make sure there are some codes for that one in here. Yep, there is. Alright, so we'll take the Game Genie home, open her up, clean the pins out. Like I said, taking a second look at it, it does look like a little green tint on there. But we will go ahead and put it in the system. Animaniacs is a new one. Oh, we gotta grade these things. So all of them are gonna be good, minus the Pac-Man, which has got sticker residue all over the label, and it's not an expensive enough game for me to take an hour to try to get it all off. So we'll just take the price deduction and call it fair. My laziness, somebody else's gain. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, we'll do 6. And so I'll price the Game Genie out, and then if I end up getting to where I can't fix it, then we'll just write it off afterwards. Nope, 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 nope. Wrong conditions. Do, do, do. Hello. How have you been? Good.
For my mother to get done with her pedicure downstairs.
Oh, there you go.
It's a little too hot to sit in the car, so I figured.
Yeah, the air conditioner's definitely been running more frequently the past week or so. Yep.
Oh yeah, it's gonna.
There you go.
I think I come out here.
Oh,
The Mario Kart tournament?
we are. It just started this past Wednesday. So we're doing 3 weeks of time trials, and then the top 12 times get invited back on July 19th for the finals tournament.
Oh, okay.
And we do $5 per time trial. You're allowed up to 4 times. Nintendo's rules, not mine.
Okay.
So you got plenty of time if you want to get some laps in, and as you can see, like, you know, everybody that's played so far is still eligible, and the times are kind of all over the place. So pretty good balance for right now. Pretty good shot for everybody to get in.
You know, I had a Mario Kart game on the Wii, but I was never any good at it.
Well, this is the Super Nintendo version too. Yep. So old original controller, no, you know, driving with the. Well, kind of hard to have a Pokemon tournament when it's, you know, just playing the game. Then Sonic, you'll probably never see a tournament of that here because I absolutely cannot stand that franchise. The movies were okay, but games, no.
Years ago, Sonic 2,
Oh yeah. Yeah, when I was younger, I, you know, tried and tried and tried, and then
there's the type of games.
Yeah, I don't really do the card kind of games though, but I mean, other people do. I know nothing about them to even be able to host a tournament for something like that. I'll leave that up to the real card players like down at Nat 20 and
I guess Halo.
yeah, I thought about doing that. The only reason why I didn't, because if I do something like that, I want to go all out, and we would have to get another big CRT TV, hook them up back to back, where we have two Xboxes that work together, LAN party style, and
Or how about the old school fighting games like Mortal Kombat?
we tried.
Power Rangers?
Nobody signed up for it.
Really?
Nope.
Not even Power Rangers?
Like we wanted to do just a classic fighting game tournament, and each round was going to be a different game, and not one person even signed up for it. So yeah, we haven't had too much luck with in-store competitions to the point where this one might be the last effort that we try to do for something like that. Need to get your coworker Danielle up here with her kids to do it.
After the Nintendo Switch 2 that came out.
Yep, I get calls. Too terribly bad for them, but every once in a while. But I won't carry them because the whole, online, you don't own it, you're leasing it. I'm putting my foot down. I won't carry them.
Said no one would go for a Mario Brothers tournament. Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, possibly, but there's like so much manipulation in that game that it's kind of hard to keep it fair. And then like I also don't want to do. So Mario Kart's okay because it's got an in-game timer. I don't want to do something that I would have to do a timer outside because too much. You didn't hit that clock at the exact same moment as this person right here, and that's why they lost by a half a second, or just I don't even want to go there.
Sports either like a Madden or the.
And again, I thought about it, but the only people that probably really show up for those are the modern game players, and yeah, there's much bigger tournaments for stuff like that.
But yeah, I just don't play it anymore. I don't play my DS anymore either. I still have my old Sega Genesis from years ago.
Right.
It's all that's packed up.
Yeah, I got my Genesis and all my home consoles hooked up, but the only ones that ever really get used are the NES and SNES. All the other ones are just dust collectors. There is that too.
Probably ought to bring them to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, time being, I don't have any cash available. I'm only doing store credit right now, but we just had to shut it down after yesterday. We had 2 pretty good weeks of people bringing some good trades in, so unfortunately I'm small time and don't have bottomless cash to hand out all the time. For which one? 180. Yes. So if you have that, you're sitting on some funds. If you ever needed to go that route. Most people don't. It's very rare that like those ones come in.
I do have Kingdom Hearts games too. I actually have a few of the Kingdom Hearts games in the DS.
Those were always popular. I never got into them, but I know a lot of people do.
I mean, you know, like the Disney theme and then of course the anime theme.
Right.
You got the anime characters and the Disney
Yep.
characters. Well, that's another thing. A Kingdom Hearts tournament. Because the Kingdom Hearts I would do. Which I'm not sure how many people would go for Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, again, that's one of those like people that like it, really like it, but then there's the ones like me is just like I tried it a couple of times and I just never could get into it.
Did that PSP I brought up to you ever sell?
Oh yeah, yep. I haven't had a PSP in forever. It's been several months now since I've had a PSP in here.
Well, I probably
Yeah, yep.
it sold.
Oh yeah. That's probably my most requested console.
There's my mother now.
There she is.
Hello? Okay, I was just at the game store upstairs. Now, we were just talking about video games, and I was asking him about maybe bringing some more of my Wii games up here, or my DS games I want to get rid of. I'll be right down. Okay, guess Sophia's right. She's ready.
There you go.
Oh, there's another. Is it the Super Smash Brothers?
Yeah, and again,
Again.
I know the library has Smash tournaments all the time, and they have very small participation.
I see.
So that's another. I definitely thought about it, but I just don't think we'd get a lot.
Yeah. Well, what about doing a survey asking the people what kind of tournament they would be interested in?
Kind of put that out when we did the fighting game tournament, and a lot of people, oh yeah, that's a great idea, but then nobody shows up.
No one
So
shows up.
yeah.
Okay.
That's and I just have a sneaky suspicion that that's more of an Azel thing than is. I mean, a lot of people they get just used to just playing online now, and okay, now I have to take effort to go into a store to do something, but
Yeah. sense.
They just don't make the couch co-ops and stuff like that for the new generation.
I know downstairs that little cafe, CJ's,
Oh.
they closed that.
So
down?
she moved out to Springtown
Moved out to Springtown?
Yep.
Okay. And I know the dive shop moved over to Main Street.
on Main Street. Yep.
And that frozen
The
drink shop.
daiquiri
place?
shop. Yeah, they weren't doing very well, so I think they ended up just closing the doors. And I know the jiu-jitsu place, they're building their own facility because they got pretty big pretty fast.
Oh yeah.
And
so they got
I like sometimes I'll go to Palio's after I close and I'll see the classes going on, like they're bumping into each other because they're like so packed. So it's
okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll try and go through my game, see if I can find some games to bring up to you.
yeah, absolutely.
But you said give it a couple weeks for right now.
We'll see how. I mean, I might open it up next week, just depending if the weekend sales go okay. But generally, when I shut it down, it's 2 to 3 weeks before we have
Couple
enough built
weeks.
back up. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, just give me a call anytime. Just
There's just no guarantee on how much you'll give.
so yeah, I do it for whatever the going rate is on that particular day because it's based on average eBay sales rate.
Right.
Then they just put it on a conglomerate website, and that's where they get the numbers from.
Oh, I'm surprised that PSP sold that quick.
Like I said, they're the most asked for console, and I haven't had one in for about probably 7 or 8 months now.
How long did it take you to sell the one that I brought to you?
So if I remember right, when you brought yours in, I had like 4 or 5 of them total, and they sat there for a little bit. But then once that first one sold, it was almost like a daisy chain effect. Like all of them just started going, and
Oh, okay.
a lot of people want them because they're very easy to mod. And yeah, you can.
Yeah, I bought that thing thinking I would play it. I only bought the one Kingdom Hearts game with it.
Right.
I just didn't ever play it.
Yeah, I mean it's a great little handheld, but I mean I know a lot of people are like me. They just can't sit down to play a handheld if. Yeah, it's different.
I better get downstairs. So.
Yeah, don't get in trouble now. All right, take it easy. All right, break over. Get back to work. The break is over. All right, Animaniacs done. I got Castlevania 2, Belmont's Revenge. A little bit of that sticker residue left over, right where the little dimple is on the top of the case. I think got it. Alright, Castlevania 276. Yeah, between that game and the Game Genie, if I can get it working, Those 2 items right there will pay for the trade itself. Ba, 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 ba. Almost 2 hours. So we'll see if the after work crowd or not tonight. I've had some Friday nights be an absolute, and I've had some Friday nights where the last person I saw was at, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Who knows which one I'm getting today? Alright, so that's got to go home with me. I was hoping to have that tub cleaned out so I could use it to haul all the Super Nintendos and everything else, but it ain't gonna be ready. Not in a hurry for Super Nintendos. I still got one on the floor anyway. Alright, Pac-Man. 280. I did math in my head. Alright, Solitaire Fun Pack. New one. This one, by all intents and purposes, should be a very affordable Game Boy cartridge. Oh, it's actually worth more than I thought it would. $12.25 will be the sale price on it. I was thinking it was going to be like a $6 game. Not even cheap enough to go into the cheap rack. Finally, Super Mario Land 2! Alright, another sheet down. Three brand new titles, never before been in the store. Again, I love it. Now, can I finagle enough room to fit these in? Well, probably without the Game Jeep right away, I can. Of course, the Game Genie games are just wide enough to be a pain. Or the Game Genie, the Game Gear games, that's what I meant to say. All right, they fit for now. Old man, can't get out. Ugh. I don't want to just take a nap on the couch. Dave's got one of those feelings. I got a feeling. Do I want to do resurfacing? That is the question. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to test this controller here. I am going to just take it home and do it. I'm already taking a bunch of stuff home anyway. Might as well. That can stay. That can stay. Hello. Yes, but right now I don't have cash. I only have store credit available.
What about Conto?
Except for the ones that are listed there.
Limited edition?
Yeah, so like if, I don't know, like
Call
the
of Duty's, what is it? Modern Warfare?
the
Conto? The
360, I've got 2 of them already.
The one that has a decal on it?
Yeah, yep.
You know things like that.
Here in town, pawn shop would probably be the only other place. You'd have to go
How much
to.
do y'all give them?
Just depends on. It goes whatever the average price is on that specific day. There's like a website that takes all online sales and averages them together. Weatherford down at Game Haven. Go over to White Settlement,
So
Galactic
like today,
Games.
like you were bringing in, like, go get it from me so she can see it. See. And Call of Duty like games and shit like that.
They're unless they're the Black Ops.
I got Black Ops.
1 and 2, they're pennies on a dollar, unfortunately, because Black Ops 1 and 2 were the two premium ones that.
Yeah, I've got Black Ops.
Yeah.
For 360.
Yeah. So honestly, on that one right now, I'd have to pass on it just because I've already got 2 of them. Did you have the controllers?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the rare part.
We got one of the controllers.
We got a controller.
A controller.
It's not the controller.
Right.
I've got. How much do you do on the Black Ops ones? The games. I think it's in this one. Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Yeah, that one's a very cheap one. Black Ops 2, yeah. So I sell that for about 18, so you're looking at probably cash value if I had it, probably getting about $7 to $9.
What about Grand Theft Auto?
It's not that expensive.
No?
No.
And I have World Warfare. Let's see. Black Ops 1. Black Ops.
So that's PS3.
Oh.
Those ones aren't as valuable.
Okay. I know that. Hey. And then there's.
We got other games too that are like.
Go get the other bag. So, like, how much would you think, like, if I were to give me store credit for the games today? I have, is the Black Ops ones, are they people are looking for them or what?
They do, but it's one of those things. It's the right person has to come in at the right time. Obviously,
Right.
yeah.
What about Halo or the other red? Wait, yeah. There's some that have 2 inside.
Yeah, so like games like Fallout, it's always a good one. Red Dead's always a good
I
one.
think there's 2 in. Simple now. Mortal Kombat.
Mercenaries, Fable. Yeah, these are all like what I call penny games. They're overproduced and not very valuable.
Star Wars.
Sounds crazy.
Titanfalls. Shadow Water, whatever that is. Or, Pink Road. I think there's 2 in there.
Yeah, it's the same as that one right there, just without the original case.
It is.
Yeah, it's a 2-disc set.
This one's live and the other one's.
It's an add-on.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Is this a Call of Duty of the.
That's your moneymaker right there.
Ready?
Yep.
How much is that one?
You're looking at probably getting at least $20 to $30 for that alone.
Hello?
Yep.
That was one less.
I think I have another Deadpool in there.
That was I just went through all those other, like.
There's some inside of them though.
That have-
Yeah, they've got there's some inside.
How's it going?
There's this Ultimate Spider-Man, whatever. The Witcher's 2.
Yeah, see, that would be one I would normally take, but it's got deep scratches. I don't think I can get them out.
Assassin's Creed. We've got 2 discs in it. It's not good too. What's the other page? I think that's the right one. What's wrapped?
Oh, Rapala bass fishing. Yeah, it's not a popular one at all.
How about this one?
Popular, but so overproduced that I've got probably 12 copies of that damn game.
Fable.
No, they're overproduced. Not worth anything.
What about Need for Speed?
Not the one that was in there. Most Wanted is the one to look
Grand
out
Theft
for.
Auto. What is this? Whatever it is.
Oh, it's Rage. Yeah, there's like 4 discs to it.
And then you got this one, Dragon's Age.
Yeah, that's only got one of the discs, so that one.
Which one is it?
The Red Dead Redemption is the one that's supposed to have 2 discs to it.
Yeah. I know I have the other one of that, the one that you said that was kind of scratched. Blah, 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 this or that. Oh, which one is this?
Hold on, I was still looking through some of those.
Okay.
Yeah, these 2.
What about this Assassin's Creed?
Those are way cheap.
Yeah?
They made them on almost every system that ever came out.
Did you
So,
know these?
yeah, these ones are all. I'd pass on those.
Can you see the other bag here? That's some. What's this one? Number 2.
Yeah, this isn't the. If you get Forza, it's the Horizon series. That's the good ones.
And then I've got the Batman.
Yeah, and they're all overproduced as well. It's kind of.
Crap. But you can't do. You only do sword credit, right?
Yeah, I just don't have, like, we went through all the cash the past couple of days. So I'm small time. I don't have unlimited funds. But
Right,
yeah,
right, right, right.
these are the ones I'd be willing to give you a number on.
So if we come back another day, would you?
That's what it says.
Eventually, yeah. But when that'll be, it's.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Black Ops.
Yeah, and again, some of those were so scratched I'd pass on a lot of them anyway.
Okay. So what's the number that you would give me on those?
So let me go plug them in real quick and I'll be able to tell you. Yeah, it's common. So if you wanted to take that Xbox somewhere else, you're looking at probably getting somewhere between 50 to 60 bucks if they're being honest with you. And that's with that's not with the original controller for it too. So if you had the original controller, you'd probably get a little bit more. But again, I've already got 2 of them here, so just no interest to me.
What about PlayStation? How much are the PlayStation?
So I don't have any original ones. I only have third-party ones. It's just one of those things where, like, if they come in and they work, I keep them just because the consoles because those controllers, there's always something wrong with them, and the ones that don't have anything wrong with them, it's rare.
The black one. It's like this, except it's black.
Yeah.
Did you buy anything yet? Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, here's the other disc to that Red Dead Redemption. So that one was the standalone game, and then that's the one that goes with that other one.
Okay.
Yep, that's my in-store tester one. It works, but with that shell cracked like it is, unfortunately, it's not very sellable. Well, and unfortunately, the Deadpool, it's lost a lot of its popularity. It's down about half of what it was when the movie came out. So now at full price, it's only going for like $25. Yeah, the last one I had, I sold it for almost 70. That's how popular it was. Yeah.
Back up again.
Gotta wait for the next movie.
Grand Theft Auto 5. Yeah.
Yeah, so for store credit for this pile right here, I'd give you 50.
And the controller?
Well, the controller, I have some of them, but it's one of those ones, like, if I was going to give anything for it, I'd have to hook it up, test it, and make sure stick jog and all that other stuff. And I've got more than enough to keep me going for right now.
You said 50?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll just...
No worries.
What about cash-wise?
Cash, then you're looking at about another 20% less than that, so 30, 35 bucks.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. It's called pricecharting.com.
Price charting?
Price charting, yep.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Just more sitting in the garage?
Yep. Going back to my lawnmower.
Well, unfortunately that, because it's a free download.
Oh, okay. I don't even remember what I bought.
I was surprised when I looked up that Deadpool game how much it dropped. Assuming credit again? Well, it have to be because I don't have any cash, like I just told them. So I got 25. Okay.
I got to order the next few weeks. I got to dig out another barn.
Six. 20. Ugh. You got your card on you?
Yeah.
All right, so there's 69.18 on there now. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, every once in a while we get somebody like that in, just like, I don't have cash available. Okay, so you can't do anything for me? Like, no, can you just look this up? I'll give you a store credit number. And I give them the store credit number. Well, what about? I said, go to the pawn shop. They're guaranteed to have cash. You're going to get literal pennies on it, but.
GameStop would give cash. They gave it by that.
I didn't even know they weren't doing that. So.
And I was standing in there when they were unloading product. So I came in there and they said, oh, they brought a PS5 and a bunch of games. They said, hey, I need cash. And they said, we don't do cash anymore.
Well, they also don't really do physical anymore either.
Nope.
And I guess cash is physical, so it's, you know, right there with it. It was like, yeah, otherwise, the only, besides the pawn shop, you can go down to Weatherford. I think White Settlement's the next closest one where you can get cash for video games, so. Other people's children, I swear.
So we can come up, you could add garage sale ammo.
They were pretty tore up. And like she had a lot of very, very, very common games. And even if I wanted to take those ones, they were pretty jacked up. That's why I was pretty picky, just hoping maybe she would take store credit for that handful, but yeah. I didn't have a whole lot of confidence on a couple of them.
Yeah.
Just sometimes you just got to take a gamble that you can get them cleaned up, but yeah. Trying to motivate myself to what I want to do next. I got a whole pile of old NES cartridge games. They got to get done. Not everything's got to get done, but every one of those, I test the physical cartridges to make sure they work. Don't need battery swaps and stuff like that. Then some of them are pretty dirty. They got to get a bath. And I really don't want to do that. Kind of already took care of like all the low-hanging fruit. Oh, these are pretty clean, so keep busy. How's it going? Good. Woo.
Bracket filling up now.
We're up to 8. So it's still 4 more open slots guaranteed for the finals tournament. But today, nobody. I mean, until you walked in, there's only been a handful of people even pop their head in today, so. Yep. How's it going?
That wasn't way to drink cat.
It's a good system. I keep threatening to take one of my 4 home.
Yeah.
But then again, like, I don't even play what I have, so it's just.
I liked it.
Yeah. All they had to do was make it DVD based where they had to play movies and they'd probably still be in business today. But that decision killed them. Well, I mean, Atari really didn't put anything out since the 2600. Worthwhile anyway.
They could put the money into that Jaguar.
Yeah.
Take it. My neighbor had that.
I'm actually surprised one hasn't come through here yet. Now it's almost like the only reason why you'd want one is just because they're not common, so.
Yeah.
Oh, remember?
I saw one at the flea market. This guy wanted $80.
Yep.
With their track record, it ain't worth anything.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just kind of like the Virtual Boy, though. I mean, the system was so bad, nobody owned it. But because nobody owned it, they're rare, which is why they're almost $600 now.
They can have sold it, they can turn it to dust.
Right.
One I regret buying was the Sega CD. I bought it to that hype, so
I like the Sega CD.
yeah.
And again, another one that kind of, where they failed, is they didn't protect it at all. You can literally just burn the game on a disc and it works fine. I have the entire library on burnt discs at the house.
Santa Claus dropped in a Nintendo Switch last year.
Mhm.
And,
So all you would need is like the SD cards, and then literally you just put them in, and then you can actually have extra storage for it. Oh, they have them like up to a couple hundred gigabytes now.
That's all you got.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't have any here, but like Best Buy, Walmart, all those guys, you just ask them a question, they'll be able to hook you up with it. Yeah. The only thing you might have to do is format it to a FAT32, which a lot of them, they come with like a little USB thing. You just put the card in it, plug it in, and just say format FAT32. It's pretty cut and dry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, like on her own.
Yep.
Stuck it in her, format, did all that.
Yeah, I sold a 3DS XL and it didn't have a card in it. And he called back like after the weekend. He's like, yeah, I noticed it didn't have a card. I was like, well, it's just the way it came. I saw how they come. He's like, well, is this something you can do? I was like, dude, just go to Best Buy, man. I mean, anymore for $20, you can get 500 gigabyte SD card.
PSP. You buy one of them memory cards now.
Yep.
130 gigabyte.
Yeah, those were fine as long as you had the adapter.
Yep.
Then the Vita, they made it where it had to be formatted to theirs,
Yep.
and that was a pain. I mean, now it's kind of easy. People figured it out, but I remember originally that was. Yep. You like, so when the games come up on the window, I want to say if you push down on the right stick, it'll come up with the options, and you can actually delete the game. It won't delete the data, so that way if you have save files or whatever, but it'll delete the game, and then next time you go back, then the next time you go back, you can just, it'll download again, yeah.
So one of the toggle switches on
Of the Joy-Con?
is like while you're playing the game, it messes up. Or
They do that. They're known to do that.
Is it fixable?
It is fixable, but by time, so I fixed one for an old coworker I had,
Yeah.
and everything in those things is so tiny. I finally got through it about a day and a half later,
Yeah.
and I said, they work. I will never do this for you again.
Never again.
Yeah.
And that was a coworker, not a.
And that was a yeah. Yep.
Hey, so literally, I saw the Game Boy in there. So I'm young enough to where my mom bought me one. I don't know how much she spent. So
Back then it was probably about $130
okay,
for the color for that one. Now if you had the original
for the
fat
color.
one, it was
Yes.
like $99, brand new,
Okay.
I believe.
I had the pocket one.
Okay, yeah, I didn't
It's
have
like
any of
the
those new, so
mini version,
yeah,
you know.
yeah. So I don't know how. I know they're sought after just because of the cuteness to them, but
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. But I don't know what they went for retail. Yeah.
Toy Bros.
I saw it in there. I was like, I want it so bad.
I mean, those Nintendo handhelds, I can't keep them in stock
Oh, I'm sure.
at all. Whether it's the old Game Boys all the way up to 3DSs, they're
I'm
gone.
sure.
As I almost always pay a premium if they come in and working, and yeah.
Definitely. Definitely a quick turnaround.
They are. That and then the PSP. Can't keep them in stock either.
Into those.
Yeah.
The PlayStation, the black with the silver and the outside.
Yeah, yep. I've at one point I had like 6 of them sitting there. And I was like, oh great, that fad's over with. But then the first one sold and it just started a daisy chain reaction and they all disappeared and I haven't had one since. Sure. Okay, so I will tell you it is marked off for 2 reasons.
Sir.
Quit calling me sir. I mean, I appreciate it, but I'm not my dad. It holds as long as it's all the way open, but it doesn't stay up.
Not uncommon.
And then a couple little pixels have the constant black on it, but more than enough where you can still read the game on it. So.
And then, are you into Final Fantasy at all? Like, do you have a recommendation for any Final Fantasies for the DS?
If you want my personal opinion, you got to go with the original off of the Nintendo.
Yeah.
That's where you have to start.
You know what? That's fair.
Because I mean, it's broken. Like the programming of the game is broken, but it kind of gets you into that whole turn-based, big story, use your imagination. Because Nintendo was limited on what kind of storytelling, so you had to kind of put